Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Something looks off. Why is this off? There we are. Ready or not, here we go. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tech Geek. Hey, Tuxedo and Steven and Shannon. Let's put the phone away. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Dr. Dave. Hey, Malfrey. Anton and Cheesy Potato and Redacted. How are folks? Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, Yeri. Hey, Pathetic Puma. And Macarus, Nick, Evidences, and Cliff. How are folks? Oh, boy. It's been a bit. Maurice, thank you for being a member. Jack and Arthur and Danny. We are back on the solid fork build. Back after a really busy couple of months. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Steve. Kim and Armor 3D and Chris. Solid fork. So we are going to make some progress on building skirts and probably configuration stuff. I'm not ready for panels yet. I don't have some of them. I need to get on that. And I got caught up on modifying the back panel, and I think, oh, hi, Oscar. He just put his paws up on my hip, wanting attention, I guess. You couldn't see that in the camera, but, and then he went off and now he's hiding because he's embarrassed or something. Hey, Lord Getface. Hey, GPs. Martin and Rod. How are folks? So, you get pied at Smurf or just leave. I left that to Grant, Nero, and Doc, and Nomad. So, I don't know who else might have gotten pied while I wasn't there. What are you getting into? Yes, that is a USB cable that's hanging over the edge. That's Oscar playing. Okay. Redacted. Thanks for becoming a member. Shoot. Come on, Oscar. You need to get back out from there. Come on. He just made one of my monitors go black. Go. At least I think that was him. Hey, Nargora. Hey, Clownhammer. Boy. Smurf was fun. That was just a whirlwind of trips, though. And I felt like Smurf, the event itself, went by faster than any... You get out from there. Go. Come here. No, I don't want you to go that way. I want you to go that way. I'm trying not to be like... I don't want to scare them away from areas. There you go. Okay. I don't want their initial reaction when I make a move towards them to be to run. That's the... Now, Oscar is skittish to begin with, but... Anyway, back to... I think, and it's actually warm in here. I actually had the heater on and I'm actually hot. So let me fix that. Let me just turn this off for now. It went by the fastest, I think, of the event itself, just the hours of the event, the 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. or whatever, went by faster than any event I've been to. So. Hey, Fabrico. How's that? Shammy or others? Who's got control of that account right now? Armor 3D, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Jeff. How did I find Edinburgh? So we, my trip to, let's just go through. Nashami, welcome. Good to see you. We'll go through a little bit of the event and fun times and stuff. So I headed out on my trip on last Wednesday at my flight left at 6 a.m. So it was a very long day of travel for me. So I got to the airport about 4, and and Sacramento to Minneapolis to New York, JFK to Manchester. And I met up with Taco here, has been in chat and on the Voron team at JFK, and we had planned this. We had adjacent seats from JFK to Manchester, and that was a lot of fun. We ended up arriving in Manchester at about 7 a.m. local time, and to the hotel at about 8. So basically no sleep on the plane, maybe dozed for 20 minutes or something. And before that, I got about an hour's sleep on the first plane ride, which, by the way, I don't know if anybody saw this, but we talked about this last time. The Tushy Cushy from Amazon was a lifesaver for my comfort level on the planes. That will be a staple part of my travel stuff in the future. So that made so much difference. Anyway, we got to the hotel about 8 a.m. after jumping on the train and having an adventure from the terminal to the train station, because the airport's under construction, as almost every one of them are. And getting on an elevator that didn't work and switching to another one, and then finding areas where they were diverting, and then ticket machines that didn't work, but whatever. We ended up at the hotel about 8 a.m., not able to check in. So we decided to leave our bags there in their closet and go for a walk. And I think we walked, my watch said we walked 10.5 miles on basically no sleep on Thursday. So, did I see the crane printer? That's the Delta there, right? Yep, I saw that. Very interesting. Very curious how the kinematics work on that, because you've got an arc moving the whatchamacallit, the arms to the effector. So, did I start my Wera Advent calendar? No, but we can probably open the first one today. I keep forgetting to do that. I probably need to catch up. But the UK refuses to go to Smurf unless I go with. Only problem is I'm in the US and poor. It is a bit of an investment to get there. I thank you all for enabling that. Manchester moment, half the city is under construction sometimes. Well, airports in particular. I think every airport I went to was under construction, and that might be a perpetual state. What seat cushion did you get? It actually says Tushy Cushy on it. That's why I said that. It says Tushy Cushy, or Cushy Tushy, or something like that. Might have meant the polarish one that stacks the z-axis. I don't know. I saw a lot of stuff there. So anyway, we did tons of walking around, just seeing. We just picked a direction and walked. Initially it was to find coffee, and about an hour and a half later we decided we'd seen all the coffee shops and we stopped at one. I don't it was a little single, not a chain, near where the event was going on. Then I got about an hour's sleep that afternoon. I did really well with time zone adaptation on the way there. Got about an hour's sleep that afternoon, then got up and hung out for a while, and then went to bed at a reasonable time, I think 10 or 11 o'clock. So I was fairly well acclimated on the way there. And then Friday we got together with a few people and went walking around. I think one of the highlights of Friday was there's a Warhammer store in Manchester, and apparently that's where it originated. I am not familiar with Warhammer. I peripherally know it exists, but I was not familiar with the mechanics, how it worked and stuff. And we had a really awesome, employee there who walked us through and actually took us through a little campaign and stuff like that. So it was me and Taco and Grant and Amber and Pooch And who else was there? And Nomad found us there randomly. Nomad found us there. Nomad and his dad found us there. So it was really interesting, really neat. They ended up giving us, because they do paint workshops there and stuff. They ended up giving us a model. So I just left it on the sprues. I'm never gonna paint this, so I think it's cooler this way. But little model, and then a little handbook that kind of goes through kind of a getting started guide, which I thought was neat. So, hey, projects in Dad's garage. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I have not uploaded pictures from the trip yet, but I probably have let's see, probably a very short time to find. Here we are. I know it's screen of a screen, but there's our folks. There's Roger and Josar and Grant and Amber and Pooch and Taco and me. And the guy there right behind me is the employee there that was showing us through. So that was good. We went over to M&S, got some chocolate milkshake milk, and then got ready for setup. Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. Too many gray names. You're right. Which is Taco? The right. That's Taco right there. Taco, Pooch, Amber, Grant, Josar, Roger, the employee there, and me. Josar is the originator of Clicky, and Roger is Calico, both on the Voron design team. Josar is my coworker. We work at the same company here in Portugal. That's awesome. That's awesome. The front of that store was amazing. They had an entire diorama display, very well painted. This is from the front window, or maybe that's from the back. Oh, there's the front of it. And this was just there's a Guinness with the clover leaf on top. That bar did that. It was pretty cool. But I don't have a whole lot of pictures. I didn't take as many as I wanted to, or as I should have at the event. I took quite a few in Edinburgh. But Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. And GPs, did you enjoy the Welsh goodies? Yes, so the GPs and wife gave me another goodie bag that has already, I'm about halfway through it. It's pretty ridiculous, but it's been delicious. I'm about halfway through it, yeah. Thank you. Guinness, yeah. I was with one of the other Voron design team, Haribo is his screen name, and we spent some time there, had a few beers before on that. That was Friday, I think, or Thursday night. Maybe it was Thursday night. So, all right, Rod, thanks for the gifted memberships. Jeff, thanks. Love a Guinness t-shirt. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Slim Gig. Hey, Iconic Fab. The socks. Oh, yeah. So I've got stuff here. I didn't even realize I switched to this camera. I got this stuff and that stuff. The things I got at the show, let's go through. The Millennium Machines folks were engraving tags, and they engraved a Voron one. I thought later I probably should have given them my DXF of my logo to do, but this is cool. They were doing this on the machines there. They had a couple of new machines and revisions to machines to show off there that look interesting. We'll end up doing something, probably a revision 1.6, I think they're calling it, to the 1.5. We'll see what that involves. I'm not sure yet. How did Signer the Prusa Core 1 come about? We'll talk about that. That was a lot of fun. Hey, Poity. What Voron part would you recommend as a gift for someone? What Voron part, any Voron, would you recommend as a gift for someone? Assuming they've got a spec Voron, I would say a tap kit. There's probably several things we could talk about, but I would say tap kit. Maybe next year you'll travel to Smurf, we'll see. Well, that'd be awesome. Hey, Brute Force. Sorting your way through dev projects is entertaining. Yeah. Tech Geek, thanks for becoming a member. And Eclipse, thanks for gifting memberships. Lazy Cats, yes, the cats are huge. Oscar is almost 10 pounds. He might have touched 10 pounds by now. Let's see. I got the whisker litter robot has been fabulous. Couple of little quirks, but not really anything to go into detail on. Oscar is showing 9.3 right now, but he's touched 9.6 pounds, depending on what part of the day and what he has to do. Let's see. Hey, 3D&T Printing. Hey, Michael. So, yeah. Where was I? We were talking about things. So, Millennium machines, the Prague and Czech community had these socks made that are amazing. I don't even want to open this to wear them, although I want to wear them because the packaging is even custom. If you go on the back here, put these socks on before each print on the Voron 3D printer. This will increase the likelihood of successful print by about 300%. And that's an approximation. 300% is about. So, what do they say anything here? They haven't even checked. Oh, that's just size, 43 or 46, but yeah, those are nice. And I have some Welsh socks as well, but they're in the other room. They were in the little care pack. Bunch of maker coins, Vector 3D, STL Denise, Mandix. I really like that. The Hilbert curve top and bottom. Another Vector with his calibration print on that. I don't remember who that is. Is that Mode? This is the Millennium Machines one. Nero's special color one. You get us all a pair as a stocking stuffer. Oh yeah. Hey Vincent. What are the differences between Solid Fork and Micron? Is Solid Fork a bed dropper? So Solid Fork is a small Trident. Micron is a small V2. Never wear them, collectors, for sure. Do they have your serial stitched in? I don't know if there's room. No, I don't have as many serials as if I had a serial for every printer, that'd be a good question, but. The LDO one. I don't remember whose this is. We could always look at the QR code. Here you go. Oh, and on the same token, I don't know if this one will read, but there's another token if anybody wanted to pause and see what those are. There's STL Denise. Nope. MM. Don't remember. I know this logo, but I don't remember. There's that one might be a little easier to read. That's the same. I didn't realize I'd grabbed two of those. And who was this? What one was this? I feel like I should know some of these. Oh, there we go. Focus on the camera is behaving today. But those are the maker chips that I picked up. Maker Milo? Okay. Little kitties are not so little. No, they're not. Not at all. Little new Doom Cube Micron right now. Haven't been here in a while. So you got kitties. When did that happen? August. We picked up Oscar and Felix at, they were 10 weeks old in August when we picked them up from the shelter. No, Luke wasn't there, so I don't know if someone had his coins there. But thank you to the gifter of the membership. Yeah. What was I just thinking? And then, oh, I did my, the Voron team did a badge holder. So I printed one of these. I printed this on my Mark IV with the MMU3. Turned out pretty good, I think. I used one of the K2 Kevin printed coins because I thought the green of my major set of them wouldn't match very well. Nice to meet you at Smurf. This is a nice collection of coins. Hey, yours. And it was awesome meeting everybody. Even if it's very difficult to place faces to names, I remember faces and usually remember names. But when it comes to screen names versus real names and how you're introduced and stuff, that can get fun. Hey, 1066. Really happy to get a signed trade this time. Awesome. Hey, Clifford. Hey, Thomas. E3D was giving out custom heater socks for Revo. This is the perfect match for my, I guess we're dubbing it the Saved by the Bell Trident. Although it doesn't have a Revo in it, so. Like you, my RAM works, but my DNS is broken. Exactly. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Clifford. Anyway, we're about through this, and then we'll get on to the build. The other thing is a Mamaki print that Joel was giving out. And holy moly, isn't that detailed. Little mini Joel. You can see the print orientation is on its back. You can kind of see the little bit of layer lines, but that's Mamaki. I think I have a, this is what I picked up at FormNext from them. Remember this? It's the same company. Is this? Yeah, this, they do a clear as well. That's the, you remember the die, 6-sided die. It's still sitting here. So I think I'm going to place Mini Joel up here and watch over the builds. There we go. He's right there. Skin color is good. Yeah, it turned out so good. And that you can see the details of the robot Joel on the shirt is pretty amazing. I mean, this is that small. Hey, Sarmith Squishy. Hey, Timor. So put him up here. There we go. Joel's keeping an eye on you. That's right. Okay, let's get into the build. So the plan for today is to get the skirts installed, this display installed, and play around with configuration. So we have the printer, the electronics here, and then a bunch of skirt pieces printed. And I finished the design of the display mount that I'm using, and I'm hoping it works, but we shall see. So let's start by just putting some of these skirt pieces on and looking for, I think those are the 2 screws there, and the back piece goes on here. That's gonna go there. I don't know, I have no idea what that hole is for. Yeri, you're here. What is that hole for? Because that is not a mounting hole. We will get through here. Hey Bob, welcome. I just need to get hashed by an LDO root kit. I'm also trying to move into a much better place. It'll be a while before I can get that kit. Bottom panel, especially. I haven't figured out the bottom panel yet. And I went ahead and decided to print the skirts without a bottom panel plan yet. So we'll see if that bites me or not. I'm finally trying some Pex Peppers Pueblo Red, tasty soft, isn't it? Like I said, it's my favorite. It is definitely my favorite of the things. Now, is this a, yeah, I think M3x6 will work for this. Should be able to get these started because there's slots in these. Mine has not, and it is really bothering me. You're what? Does the, oh, the bottom panel or what? What are we talking about? Yeah. Actually, for this. The LDO Micron kit doesn't include a bottom panel. I thought the latest design of the Micron incorporated either their own, I think, did they do their own or did I do something for that? Okay, so that's that one. And actually, I don't know what these holes are for either. Interesting. Hey, Dom. I was looking at the CAD for Tiny T yesterday. I was appalled that there wasn't a bottom panel. I know! What's the deal, people? Okay, which ones? Does this go this way? Or, I know this goes on here like this. Does this go like... No, this is that way. Well, that's weird. Okay, that works. Never mind. Okay, let's see what we have here. Oops. So this one goes here. So that goes here and there. These two go over here. And this one goes in the middle. Now, these get a little cover on them. And how do these go? Are these... Those have a nut on the back. Oh, I wasn't done talking about Smurf because we were going to talk about the Core 1 and the signature. I forgot. They're about the same build-wise, so long as you have the ability to print the parts. Hey, Sean. Hey, Laura. Oh, she's at the movies. What movie? Hey, the Shrimp Father. Did you check the Core 1 at Smurf for a bottom panel? So all of the electronics and exposed wiring are on the back under covers. So the thing isn't a bottom panel. It's that the electronics are adequately protected from access. Wicked, okay. There was a theater doing the stage production of Wicked just down the street from the hotel in Manchester. Wire pass through if needed. Okay. Is there any way to make them more sun? It's too loud for my, oh, I have no idea. Okay, so at Formnext, when the Core 1 was introduced, late in the show, and I ended up not doing it, I had the idea of teasing Joe Prusa with signing the Core 1, I wish I was a Trident. Because starting with Midwest RepRap Festival 2022, when a lot of the Voron team were there, Joe signed a V0 there, I wish I was Prusa. And that's become a thing. At Open Sauce 2023, he signed mine and Max's, my Trident and Max's V2. So I thought it would be funny and fun to sign a Core 1. I wish I was a Trident. And hey Garrett, and also in between at OpenSauce 2024, I had him sign my Mark IV frame. I am Prusa, and just to continue the fun. So once again, we'll bring up phone, pointing the camera at a phone. But so I finally got around to it and remembered near the end of the show on Sunday, I went up to Joe and I said, hey, I want to sign the Core 1. I wish I was a Trident. And he was all for it right off. Didn't even hesitate. And I was saying, can I do it on the side, on the top? And he said, yeah, sure, wherever. And I said, on the front? And he said, yeah, that's fine. No problem, on the front. Skirt holes were clearance holes for hex driver. This one? This doesn't have a screw it goes to. Sorry, distracted. That hole isn't a mounting hole, at least unless it's missing the clearance for the screw head. If you see that. Anyway, like I said, he was all for it. So we did it. It was hilarious. Wish I was a Trident. And yeah, it was a good time. People on the internet that don't know the story are salty about you signing the Core 1. Oh, really? Where? I want to see. Let's see. Let's catch up. It's super cool, and Joe's part to play along the face and everything. Oh yeah, it was perfect. It was, and he such a good sport. Such a good sport. Okay, let's do this again. If it made people, yeah, exactly. Oh, screw. There it is. Does the Core 1 have 3 Z motors? The Core 1 does have 3 Z motors. The Core 1 has 3 Z motors powered by 1 stepper driver. Now, I agree. I'm obviously a big fan of independent stepper control. However, for the goals of cost and build complexity and existing BOM, the decision Prusa made to not individually control them, I think is reasonable. The Mark IV, it trams the same way a Mark IV does. It runs it to the end of travel and skips step on an out of aligned stepper. Now, running 3 steppers on 1 stepper driver, the question comes up on whether that is, if the driver can handle that, if you're going to run too much current through it, overload the driver. And I asked JNP about that, and JNP is the designer of the Leviathan. I actually asked him about that at FormNext, and he didn't have an issue with it. He said it's fine, it'll be okay. So I trust his opinion. I don't know that I trust anybody's opinion more than his on electronics. So I'm not too concerned. Now, would I have preferred it to be individual control? Sure. But when you consider what they have to work with and what they're their goal with this machine is, I think it's a reasonable compromise. May have been a leftover from an earlier version. It does let you torque down the Z1 extrusion without removing the skirt. Okay, I get it. 30% off if anyone wants sauce for gifts this year from Pex Peppers. Awesome. Just stream for a while, do the hi Hybrid Robotics. Welcome. Glad you can be here. Even use the frame ramming and the Prusa XL. Now the Prusa XL I'm a little more about, because you only have 2. You can't adjust for forward and back rotation. So it works, but I like the Core 1 better. Holes in the back for mounting a Wi-Fi antenna. Oh, okay. How do you level the bed? You run it to the end of travel and let any unaligned steppers, they just stall out. Let me catch up. What do we have here? Derek, thanks for gifted memberships. After you vandalize the Core 1, will you vandalize Joe Prusa with a tattoo machine next time you meet him? Bed leveling is better on Core 1. Had a really bad time with K1 Max that has single motor for Z. So if they have single motor for Z, they're probably tying any lead screws that move it with a belt. And that takes a whole other level of assembly complication and alignment. So I would much rather have what the Core 1 is doing with individual steppers on one driver than to have one stepper and one driver driving a belt to multiple lead screws. Now that's what the VZ-Bot does, is it uses a single stepper and a belt aligning two lead screws. And that is complicated to set up and align properly. So, can you share anything about only using the 2 Z rods? So they use for the Trident, or let's talk about the solid fork here. Let's just look this. Solid fork, you have 3 lead screws, right? And each lead screw has a corresponding linear rail to constrain the motion. On the Core 1, they use rods. So they use the Y or the X rods from the Mark IV. I don't remember which. I don't know which. For the front 2 lead screws, and then the rear floats. It doesn't have a rail or rod to support it. They can get away with that theoretically. I mean, I haven't used it for any amount of time. I trust that they can get away with it by having a stiff enough bed frame assembly that the motion is constrained enough by the front 2 lead screws and rods. Now I tried this. I did this on my Hevo modifications years ago. I have a whole setup with 3 lead screws and the third one on the side. I had 2 on one side and 1 on the other. The third one floated. Now I've never actually printed with that, so I don't know how well it worked or not. In early Trident development, when we were basing on the V1.8 frame with the backpack, I was trying to retain the backpack and didn't have enough room for everything and still maintain the print volume. So one way to try was with a floating rear lead screw, and that was before we went to the better constrained GE5C spherical bearings in the front. I had some TPU, or maybe there were some Ender 3 silicone bushings in there, but that did not constrain it enough, and we ended up moving on and not exploring that further. But Yeri's driving for the next 20 to 30 minutes, so hold any Yeri specific questions until he gets home. What is going on? Uh-oh, hold on. What's going on? What's going on? You're not too worried. What happened? You okay? Did anybody see what happened there? All I did is hear it. What happened, guys? Huh. That one stepper on Z killed any interest in VZ-Bot for me. Well, VZ-Bot's easy to mod at least. And honestly, it works. The setup complication is a little annoying. The level of attention you need to spend in aligning things. I'm more concerned on the VZ-Bot with the Z end stop setup. I think the Z end stop setup needs a lot of work. I haven't been able to return to that though. So sensorless homing for Core 1 is not possible for Z. They don't need to. They've got the next extruder load cell for Z homing. I think the bamboos also use belts, yeah. Do you think Prusa constrained the Core 1 by making it an upgrade path from the Mark IV? Possibly, but the benefits that they gain from existing parts catalog is probably outweighs it. They needed to, so for a machine that's produced largely within the EU, they really needed to do everything they could to get that price point down. Felix got a little antsy and jumped off Oscar, but I wonder what was it? Oh, it's Oscar's being aggressive. I see. Oh, did they get stuck? Did their collars get stuck? Hey, stop it. Oscar can be a bully. Got his jaw caught in his collar. Okay. I think he got his mouth caught in his collar. He's cleaning himself. Okay. Hey, knock it off. Let the toy float over the bed. Felix just started swiping at something. What are you doing? Can you guys hear that? No, he's biting his neck. Why are you doing that? Okay. Anyway, back to this. You know, he has successfully taken that collar off. They're not happy. Is it there? I know he waits for me to not look. What are you doing, Oscar? Hey, buddy. What is... You go. You're being a little turd. Hey, babies. Okay. They are 6 months and 3 days old now. June 12th was they turned June 12th was their birthday, so December 12th they turned 6 months old. Teenagers, so to speak, yeah. You know, I was wondering about that tuxedo. I don't know what the progression on cats is. How, in terms of when do they get to be full grown? Hey, Dan, welcome. 3 to 4 years, depending on breed. Oh, really? I didn't realize it was that long. I did not realize it was that long. Felix lags almost consistently. It's not like the gap between Felix and Oscar has widened over time, as you would think it might. But almost exactly 1 pound behind Oscar has been Felix. Okay, so this has a little grill. Now, screws just go right through this. So is the expectation that I put a nut on the back of this? I'm gonna assume so. Let's get some hex nuts, some little button heads, and just get those. just put some little hex nuts on there to clean that up. 18 months is childhood, next 18 months is adolescence, next 2 to 4 years is adult, and after that is an elder cat. Okay. Oops, which one? I am having a good day. I was feeling a little underprepared for this, just with all the stuff going on. But I think we'll be okay. Only one side is for fans. So this side is just, will just be decorative. This side is where we'll put the fans. We'll put the fans here. I'm actually gonna split them. So right now they're combined into one connector. I'm gonna split these since I have all the connectors I need. And I'm gonna power one fan all the time. And this is for noise reasons. I'm gonna power one fan all the time. The one here, or closest to here, blowing over the eye, and then I'll turn on the other fan when the controller, when the steppers are activated. So, hey Takuya, welcome. Good to see you. Did you self-source this? Yes, largely this build is self-sourced. The extrusions, when we originally built this salad fork, the extrusions were originally purchased in 1 meter lengths, I think it was, for a V0. And the LDO stuff came out, and I ended up going that route for my first V0. Actually had one of the first 5 LDO frames for a V0 because Jason hadn't started buying that or selling them yet. That's when I met Jason and reached out to him and said, hey, are any of these available? And he sold me a set of extrusions, blue extrusions, and linear rails and motors, all the stuff they were getting ready to do kits for the V0. For at least not kits, but parts collections before they were doing full printer kits. So that was why these are actual maker bays. What is it? What's the maker beam? Maker beam? Is that it? These are those. Okay, so that's that side. Is there any reason why you went for Bowden for your V0.2 build series? So mostly because it's different, Code Paradox. And you're talking about my RepRap Firmware, the rebuild of that same blue V0 I did with RepRap Firmware with a Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus controller and a Bowden setup. Because I didn't, the big reason is I wanted to minimize the wires going through the umbilical, and a CAN toolhead board wasn't available in that form factor at the time. So I'm thinking about actually rebuilding that, doing a minor rebuild on that to get it back to direct drive and use the Mellow, the same Mellow toolhead board that I have on here, along with that Mini 5 controller. And a big reason to do that, both for just ease of tuning a direct drive setup, but also, hey, you, if you're gonna be in there, you better lay down. Don't bother. Stop it. This is going right in and biting. You little turd. Turd. So. What am I missing? Catfight 2000 today. Apparently, Oscar is on a tear. Oscar is absolutely on a tear. This is going to look so much more complete when this is done. Okay, now we need to undo this and redo these wires. And they need to go all the way across, and I'll just plug them into these 2 ports here. So let's get this heat shrink off, and oh, there it is. I guess I'll just cut this right here. Okay, so now I have 2 individual fans again. And these don't have a lot of time on them. They're not even dusty. Never ran this printer much. Looking good, man. I need to get my Pandora's box up and running. It looks like it will be a fun little machine. For sure. Yeah. I need to get my LDO Rook 2020 going. All the projects. What are you doing now? All the projects. What brand is the controller board? This is Mellow. This is a Mellow Super 5 Pro. Hey, Spectra. Okay, so this is just probably just a extend the wires directly to this. See if there's enough length here. So this has to go across there. Yeah, there's enough length. So we'll just directly splice that back in, and then I'll grab my wire thing. So let's get ready for some soldering. Soldering. You having fun, Oscar? So I was thinking about doing a stream on Tuesday, but I can't. Found out I have a conflict. I want to show off, because I think it's a little interesting, the Mellow M1. So does anybody know what the Mellow M1 is? Hey, the Reverend. The Gantry Slinger, it is. Got a free membership to the channel for my birthday. Awesome. Happy birthday, Cartoon Anarchy. Is today your birthday? Everybody say happy birthday, Cartoon Anarchy. I heard of a very cool portal printer. It's Mellow's version. No, the M1 is a little 120 millimeter cube build volume printer with a moving gantry, fixed bed, moving gantry for Y, and a cantilever for X. Now, hey Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Saw a video on it already, surprised at the quality you can get with the whole gantry sling. I got this because they reached out and said, hey, we want to send you an M1. And I responded and said, cool. Can you tell me a little bit more about it? Is it a kit? What's the deal? And I didn't get a response, and then it showed up. So I was a little annoyed because I'd like to have a discussion before I end up with something and have some perceived or real or perceived or whatever obligation to show it. And so I opened it up and was checking it out, and I thought, you know what? I'm a little annoyed, but this is kind of interesting. And I purposefully stopped looking at it at a certain extent because I want to kind of go over it fresh. And I think a Tuesday stream is a good time for that because it's not a kit. It's just something to check out. So, let's see, what was I doing? I am getting things sorted and ready and going for soldering. Thanks for your advice on switch art. Awesome. I know, I would have preferred to have a little more discussion on it. That's why I'm not, I mean, we're going to just kind of check it out and that's it. And it's not a kit, so I don't think there's any. We'll look at it and see if there's anything we can give some feedback on. Just do it as a group. But it was interesting enough that I think a Tuesday stream would be a good time for it. You got a chance, check Discord DMs. You telling me you would rather me have told you about the new Lamborghini that's getting delivered? No, I would very much welcome that surprise, Shammy. I'll expect it. Do you have a tracking number? Avoid buying it. What are those 3D hands again? These are the OmniFixo. OmniFixo. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a moment here. Okay. I did earlier to you, Poity, but like normally you just think speaking of being shipped, UPS and not really, I think a combination of UPS and pirate ship really screwed me over for Smurf. I shipped booth supplies before I left for Prague, and they did not make it in time. And now it's become a big old mess. Big old mess. They're the best helping hands I've ever used. Super simple, but just work. Yeah, they are very nice. I am very pleased. Steven Zur gave them to me. Did those Smurf UPS parcels show up already? No, they never went anywhere. Now I've got to deal with and pay to get them back. Shrink tubing. It's going to be thick enough. I had issues with pirate ship last year sending something overseas. Custom stocks weren't right. And yeah, well, we redid all the custom stocks Thanksgiving week. and they still weren't ready by the following Friday. Now that's, I don't know if that's customs or UPS, but it was very frustrating. Very frustrating. But the reason pirate ship I'm putting the blame on is that the tracking information says that UPS was trying to contact me as early as November 11th. And they did not contact me. Turns out they contact pirate ship, and pirate ship is supposed to forward that information on. I didn't get a communication from pirate ship until December 2nd or 3rd, the day before I was leaving. Even though they had emails from UPS as early as November 11th. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be successful, and I don't know how much energy I'm going to have to put into it, but I need to go after, pirate ship for a shipping refund on that. Okay, let's get this in here. Put some heat shrink on. Hi, Felix. Better than Tribent? Well, I mean, if we don't get the stuff back. Supposed to be, thanks. Clearly I can't type. You won something. What'd you win? Anyway. Are you gonna try to get up there, Oscar? Let's see if he jumps up there. He's going to. He's going to. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. They're just learning their hops. They're just learning that they have hops. Come on. Nope. Let's move you over there. Let's see what we have here. There we go. This is usually a better view for soldering. I'm still waiting on that tri-bent repair stream. I am too. I don't know if there will be one. There might be some other plans going with that. We shall see. There we go. That looks good. Oh shoot, my... How do you like the Omni Fixo? I really like it. I think it is definitely my go-to for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth hands. Rebuild tri-bent at Rocky Mountain 25 and give it away there. There's other things it's going to get used for. Underkeys, probably. Tri-bent, very cool. So we shipped a Trident, an LDO Trident, the one I built on stream, to Midwest RepRap Festival 22. And it got lost in shipping, and UPS had their way with it. It tumbled and did not make it out the other end in usable condition. So, but we ended up getting it back. We had an inside contact at UPS and were able to find it and get it back. So. Any plans for a tool changer build? Well, we did the black box tool changer. Now I don't have any immediate plans for another tool changer build, but who knows? Okay, I need wires for, let's go back here. Felix is just chilling on the chair. Hey, buddy. I guess we don't need that. Let me see if this is in the miscellaneous wire or the other wire box. Did a Tri-vent tear down on a past Charlie's Angels stream? I don't think it was Charlie's Angels. I think it was a surprise stream. It wasn't a dedicated Charlie's Angels stream. Let's see what I have. I feel like I should have a wire that's already the same fan wires. Wooden crates are the only way to ship printers. I could have done a better job of packaging that printer. I mean, it shouldn't have taken tumbles, but I could have done a better job of packaging it. It is not a good idea to not fully constrain a how many pound aluminum plate that is mounted to a printer with plastic parts. Ah, that might work. Is that going to be long enough? It might be. Where's the other one? Here it is. No, that's not going to be long enough. Darn it. Yes, much shorter beard and glasses. Bet on a Trident needs to. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I had moved it to the bottom of travel and had I think I put some zip ties around the lead screws to keep them from rotating, but that was not, like I said, I could have done a better job of packaging it. Here's another one. Nope, that's not long enough. This one. Is this one a little longer? Where's the other one I found? Ah. Nope. Got 3 different lengths there of previous fan. There's yet another one. And another one. And nope, that's not a chew toy. Nope. And another one. What in the world did I do there? Huh. And a really short one. You take the bed off entirely next time? Probably. And I would have secured it in another part of the box. I think that would have been a much better idea. I was really hoping to just use some, maybe I can grab a couple of wires out of something like this. Those are going to be at least the same. Going to be quite the same. Darn it. Nope, those aren't. What about this? Nope, those aren't. Hi, Anna. How are you? My niece Anna is on here. You ready for the holidays? Excited? And the international shipping was amazing. What a three-foot drop will do to a rack full of electronic equipment. Yeah. Okay, what am I gonna do here? I was really hoping to, let me try this other box again. I was really hoping to keep the wiring consistent here. Hey, Yeri, welcome back. See if there's anything in here. We have to, this is a little bit more of a rat's nest. Could go with this, and this would be what a mess. What a mess. What is this? This will work. This will work. How long do we want? Let's go there. This will at least keep the look consistent on the wiring. One day I'll clean up these boxes, but for now, it's as organized as it's gonna get. Okay, so I'm gonna take the servo wire, pull the white wire, and now I've got exactly matching wires. Well, I've always had that miscellaneous wire box, other wire box, and then I have silicone wire and PTFE wire. Those are my 4 wire boxes. Oh, I forgot to put this away. There. These, having these wires is always good. Okay, a couple of, so which way does this go? There we go. You get some kind of storage solution for the office. Really out of space. It's such a constant challenge. Trying to get things cleaned up and organized. And it's just tiny, tiny bits of progress at a time. There we go. That works. All of these can go back in the wire box. Make these about the same length. about. Next time you can make one of my streams, I'll be sure to show you the office cam. See how much out of space I am? Absolutely. I see other streams like yours when they pop up, and they do. They pop up on my suggestions if I happen to be. But once again, YouTube notifications is terrible. I never get actual notifications for streams. It's whether they're showing up on my suggested videos when I happen to have YouTube open. Okay, where'd they put that? There we are. Remnant saw your live today? Yeah. Now, if anybody wants notifications, then join my Discord or pay attention to Blue Sky. If you haven't noticed, I stopped posting news stuff mostly stopped posting on Twitter. Any of my stream notifications are happening on Blue Sky now. Or join my Discord and enable notifications. You have to be opted in. So there's a channel in there for opting into notifications. Everyone is not allowed on my Discord server. So if you opt into notifications for the streams, then I ping that role about half an hour before I go live. Is that on? Where are you? Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, I guess there's a Oscar there for now until he gets distracted. And you know, oh geez, I need to get that heat shrink out of the way. Why are you not? What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my iron is dead. What the? Yeah, it's not heating up. Well, this is sad. I think my weller died. Nope. There it goes. What do we got? That was weird. The lights came on odd, so I'm gonna have to watch it. But yeah, it's heated up now. But it was not heating. I had it on, and I had to power cycle it. No, I don't think. Yeah, there's no evidence of the cats biting on it. I usually keep the cord up out of the way. I have had one of the wands, the iron part of it, die before. Yeah, that's fine. Shoot. Yep, I got too close. I got too close to it, and the heat shrink melted. I got to redo that. Redo the heat shrink. Yeah. There we go. Shoot. Stretch the. Just redo it. It's just self-sealed. Well, I can't push it up over the connection if I, if it's like that. Let's put it on this end. And where did those go? That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Bigger piece there, and yeah. Bill, time for a new soldering iron? I hope not. I like this one. I've had this one forever. What is? Stop it. Hey. Knock it off. Oscar, that's enough. Felix, it doesn't help if you go right back over there. What was the name of that helping hands device? OmniFixo. OmniFixo. You guys, what is the deal? Knock it off. Soldering irons are a dime a dozen. Good soldering irons are not. Although, honestly, there are probably some pretty nice irons out there if I went looking. I just have all the heat insert tips and everything for this. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, what are you getting into now? Stop it. Yeah, something. The iron is going. Okay, it was off. Weird. Okay. Excuse me. Get a pencil. I have 3. Burn solder almost every day. I can say mine have held up amazing with no issues. Yeah, I have. I'm using pencils in my heat set presses. And I have an extra one, but that's intended for the zero press. I still need to print and build. Heat insert tips in the form of the JBC cartridge. Some of them run. Yeah, this weller has served me very well. Okay, that is finally done. Let me... I have my cordless heat gun I've got in the other garage, but use this one here. There's one. And just made a zero press using it for the first time now. Awesome. What do you think? I've been meaning to build one for quite a while. I bought a pencil specifically for it. Weller's okay, but overpriced. My old wellers are clunky. This is... That's my weller right here. It is a WES 51. It has served me well. Iconic fab. Yep, it's just a matter of getting the time, get the parts printed. I'll get to it though. Okay, that is done. Let's clean this stuff up. To change tips to change temperatures. Oh, that's very old. These are very early 2000s vintage, is my WES 51. I don't know when they came out, but I've had it since probably about 2004-ish, maybe 2003. Okay. Have you heard any more of the Voron Mel release date? The Cascade? No, but I mean, as everything, as a lot of these projects, it just takes time. The optimistic release estimates were made. Okay, this goes on, let's just sit here. This goes on like that. This, I think I'm just gonna go like that. Yeah, that looks reasonable. And this one will go like that. Cats. And then what size? What do we got? Fabrico, Chamois, member for 16 months, thank you. And 28 months on your account. Nice. My old weller is probably from the 80s. Yeah. It's like November or December. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So. WS50 almost shut off a few hours and have to reboot it to get it hot again. Gone through 2 irons, but the base is still okay. I've been really good, probably 95% good, about not leaving my iron on. They heat up so fast that there's no point in just leaving it on to heat the weller here. I've been pretty good through its whole life of not leaving it on, just baking. Work. It's a good length. I don't really want to go any longer on these. Still have a weller gun. I had a weller gun. But with a good changeable tip iron where you can put a larger tip on, for you don't need a gun for any of the stuff we do. The Shrimp Father, thanks for being a member. There's been a track record of releasing over holidays period, but that sounds unlikely. No, it will not be released before next year. I will tell you that there is very active development on Cascade. That's the most I can say. Most soldering stations have an idle timer function, so it doesn't matter if you leave it on. I don't think this does, because I have, like I said, I'm about 95%, but I have left it on before, and I don't remember if it turned down or not. A gun with a trigger to feed solder. That is old. You printed with Polymaker's Panchroma COPE. I have not. I have not. What are you guys doing? Where are you? Okay, they're gonna come out of there all covered in cobwebs. CM5 arrived today. Oh, awesome. Hey, Jared. What's Cascade? Cascade is a small form factor, smallish form factor CNC mill that the Voron team is going to release when it's ready. They're self-cleaning. Yes. Okay, fans are in, finally. Okay, I think I'm gonna put, how much does that do? That's pretty good. Put a little zip tie. Are they going to realize, but I think you mean release, the Voron Phoenix? That one's relatively, more and more of the beta Phoenix builds are being completed. So it's basically design, validation, testing, and then documentation, and then release. So it's getting closer. Getting closer. There we go. Oh, we can center the gaps on all these. Okay. Cleaned the garage and made a spot just for one to get made. Tore out stuff to make room for the... Awesome. that. But now we are going to move the pie over as far as we can. Fan's going to go across there. This is going to go under this wire. The size limitations for the got to be a factor. Yes. Under here. Jeez, they are a terror. Oscar's being a terror. Okay, then we'll figure out which fan is which later. Why don't you guys just go to sleep? Come on, buddy. I'm sorry. I know. I'm rescuing you. You hear that? Mmm. Any news on the revised LDO Nighthawk 36 being released? I'm not up to speed on that. Oscar, you need to stop. You guys need to stop. Here, I'm just gonna open the door. Let them have the whole. Come on, time to go. There you go. Now you can hide from each other. Oscar's grumpy. I haven't been chased off the bed when Felix had his jaw caught on the collar. I don't know what's going on. Working on the Micron plus R1. What's your opinion on toothed idlers versus bearing stack? That's a good question there, Nurgle Rot. I'm really curious what. Whether that really makes a difference or not. Because you've seen information both ways. And I can't say that I've noticed a difference between them. Having run for the idlers on a Voron or Trident, I've done both toothed and smooth. And I can't point to either one for causing artifacts or not. Yeah, kids. Let them go. At least if they have the whole house, then Felix can maybe feel a little more comfortable hiding in another spot to get away from that little punk Oscar. XR Bunker, Shammy, thanks for being a member on your XR Bunker account as well. We do need more likes. We've got an hour and 20 minutes until Polymaker Filament giveaway. Links in the pin post and the description. I've seen some artifacts on diagonal surfaces. The problem with any of this is isolating it to a cause, right? So you've seen artifacts, but can you isolate it to that being the cause? Okay, fans are in. Oscar's still in here. So that means Felix has a little bit of relief, I think. Now we get to find out if I did any kind of a reasonable job on this display mount. Little punk. Uh-huh. Exactly. They'll do that, and then they'll fall asleep next to each other. So, hey, buddy. Okay. Mr. Skittish. Okay, now I think the front, this goes that way. Yep. Yes. Come over here. Come here, buddy. Oh, no. He acts like he wants belly scratches. And then decides, nope, I'm going to run from you. Away. Giveaway I won on Polymaker Discord yesterday and on Zombies a few hours ago. Giving others a chance. Good. Very kind of you, Jose. Okay. Oh, did you order a new machine, Bill? Did I miss that? I'm seeing DRO and Quinn and PM. Did you order a new machine? Okay, I think let's go this view. I'm getting there. Okay, so skirts. This is looking good. You did. What did you order? It's exciting. I'm jealous. Okay, I have the display. I modeled this little cover to mount here like this. Let's get another screwdriver. Oh, there's a wire. Is that wire? Yeah. Get that out of the way. Oh, what'd you get? Ooh. PM728VT. What is that one? 28VT. New. How new is this? Ooh. It says new. What, is this like new? I mean, in terms of release, is that a DSi screen? It is. A Core one for Christmas. Won't get it until February, but still feels fun. Awesome. I have probably within the first 5 minutes order of a Core one. So I'm hoping to be in the first batch in the last months. That looks nice. Very cool. It's loose and I got to remove the display from here because I still have the little covers over the threads that I need to get to. Loosen the screws and use them to push the display out. What's going on now? What are you doing? You're trying to get somewhere, aren't you? Skittish. Wanted some real capability to mill hard materials. Mellow works great on aluminum, but struggles with mild steel. Yeah. if I had the space, and you and I talked about this, the possibility of using the shed for something like that in the future is appealing. But I would love to have the capabilities of a manual mill. This is a tight fit. There we go. All that just to pull these little capped on covers off the screws. Yeah, I saw Daniel's laser video today. I really wanted a big OnTech laser for a while. Now that I've got the garage somewhat in at least the layout, I have no idea where I'd put one. Okay, now this can go back in there. So, and then let me see if I can find I have a set of 2.5 millimeter hardware. There it is. Fiber laser. A fiber laser would be neat, but I have no room for one. This looks like the right size for at least these. I'm going with the black hardware since everything else has black hardware. Oop. What are these? These are hex drive. Nope. Okay, bye. That is probably gone. Okay, I'll find it when I sweep. Oh, well. From here, I noticed the top 50% of the volume of your garage is empty. That is very true. But when we're talking about several 100-pound machines, it becomes a problem. I'd love a small fiber laser would be fun too. I mean, a big fiber laser would be fun, but. Okay, so these guys go in here. Just hold the cover to the display. These are kind of redundant because the other ones here will do the same. This just makes sure that the corners are nice and tight. Now these I need to save somewhere. Oh, what is that? It's a piece of filament. Let's just put these in there. Okay, next thing is we need the mount. So the next part of this is going to bolt on there. And I made those holes way too big. Interesting. Okay. I wonder why that happened. They're supposed to be the same size as those, because that's where I got them from the CAD. And then this mounts here. So this is the basic mount for the solid fork. This is the regular mount. So this goes here. Now this is modified for mine because mine's at 50 degrees instead of 45 degrees in order to have clearance. And then this goes like this. It's kind of hard to see. And then the display goes there. So we need to put heat sets in this. Heat sets in here and heat sets in here. Oxygen, nitrogen, a cooler unit, and a compressor. It's a complex machine that requires a lot of supporting equipment. They have the little fiber lasers that are kind of self-contained though, right? Mostly meant for like etching on metal and stuff. Hey, John Beard, welcome. First time, I hope you enjoy it. X tool, you carry them. I have a friend with access to a 4,000 watt fiber laser. I didn't misspeak. Yes, 4,000. Is that the way I wanted to do that? Yeah. I am hoping, so this is untested. This whole little setup I'm doing here is untested. I'm hoping for one, it fits, and two, that it's somewhat stable. See, Jose? Might be a bit overkill. Not when they're cutting 3/4 inch plate steel. It is the size of a shipping container, or like 2 shipping containers side by side is how big this thing is. It's serious stuff. Okay, how long of a screw do I want for this? Will these work? Have to be stable. It's a pretty high bar. You meant the machine. Oh, that is a high bar. You're right. I gotta be careful who I'm talking to. That seems a little long. Let's see if it'll work. No, that'll work. So I think I can put that on. So that bolts to here. It builds lasers like we build printers. It only takes about 10 to 15K to build a laser that will cut 12 gauge steel. Really? Only takes 10 to 15K. No big deal. No big deal. My friend Funcut-san has some pretty big laser cutters. Yeah. Okay, with the play in those screws, I'm hoping that's somewhat correct. Correct enough. Got a notice that my legacy frame will be delivered tomorrow from DFH. That's the last one to have all the basic Voron serials. Awesome. $500,000 investment. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, now this bolts on here with what size screws? What size is that? That's probably... yeah, that'll work. 2 of those. Go. So you see how this goes together. That goes there, and then this bolts on to there. Okay, so how far in are those? That's probably a good screw to use. There's two of those. This can go out of the way. Okay, 1, 2. You almost can't afford the 1-inch steel for sure, right? Well, in the space. Oh, well, those don't slot. Those don't slot, so we have to put these in here. So that goes here and here. Larger laser cutter of consumable like anything else. What's the cost of ownership on something like that? Out of reach of most hobbyists. Oh yeah. I have no idea what the consumables are. Missed. Oh, shoot. Hey, Biney. That's there. That one right there. There we go. Ah. There we go. Center it. We can loosen these and get this centered. Even the gaps. A real consumable, and that's expensive. Well, on a CO2, what is it on a fiber? What's the consumable? Is it still a tube? Or are there other consumables as well? Okay, and then this comes in from the back. And where did I put the, where did I put the, there it is. The ribbon. CO2, oxygen, and nitrogen, okay. Love my Omtech, I have the older version of the one Daniel got. Yeah, that one Daniel got looks pretty nice. Like he said though, it'd be nice if it had come with a camera. Okay, so this guy goes in there. Okay, so that's on. And then I'm going to slip it into the, in between the skirt right there, as I think. Oops. In between, oh shoot, I may need a longer one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need a longer ribbon. That's not going to fit. Did I put this on right? Yeah. That is not gonna fit. Okay. Let's see where I put my spares. that goes out. So let's see how this fits while we have it here and how stable it is. Yeah. Let's see how well this goes. I'll just grab the, instead of setting it down on the table with all that weight, let's just set something on here. Oh, it's got about 2 millimeters of clearance to what will be the table. Cool. So let's see what this looks like. The ribbon wire box. That's not bad. And it is a touchscreen, so there's no real force. Now it does wiggle. I can push it to where it touches the floor, but it touches the floor, which means I can't push it hard enough to break it. It just flexes to the floor, to the tabletop. That works. And you're not usually touching it that hard. What do you think? Does that work? It's monstrous on there. Flex is better than snapping, of course. Yeah, I think that looks good. So that's a Waveshare 4.3, so I can share those files, because I feel like that's adequate. Let's see. I'm gonna move this camera, so let's go here. And I think I have these ribbons in the Raspberry Pi box. Will the LCD clear the doors opening? Yes. Yeah. By about 1 millimeter. That showed up in CAD the same way the clearance to the base did. I got one of the new touch displays I'm going to use on something. Ordered that, I think, from CanaKit. Add a little TPU to the edge to further reduce tapping sounds. I don't think it doesn't actually touch when I'm just using it normally. If I push down, I can make it touch the tabletop, but I have to push. Let's see what we have here. Got a thing of 8, 15, 30, and 60 centimeter cables there. So let's, don't have a great spot to grab. Got to be careful not to crack the. Okay. Oh, well, that's interesting. Little heat shrink packaging. Little PVC pipe and heat shrink packaging. You previously say 4.inch screen was too big for small printers? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if I said that. Okay, nice black cables in various lengths. Let's try, I think this, yeah, this will be probably the closest one right here. This is the same length. Nope, a little shorter. And then I got really long. Really short, really long. I think this is the one that we're gonna do. Let's see if I can do this while it's on there. That sounds like something I would say. That sounds like something I would say. So the big thing on this particular printer is it is Duet Web Control, and I think 4.3, although I'm going to contradict myself on my V0, but I think 4.3 is really at the edge of usable. There we go. That goes. Let's go like that. A little bit of a bend inward to sneak through the skirt. And then this is going to go that. Just kind of sneak that around. That'll be fine. The bottom panel will hold that down. But Screen Lesson 5 is just about impossible to use. Sadly for RepRap Firmware, unless you're running a 12864 display, it's probably too small as it is, we'll see. So I have a 4.3 on my V2 that has RepRap Firmware. And it is somewhat usable, barely. Okay. The last thing, I guess I need to put a couple of heat sets in here. So I was working on, this is another untested part. So I was working on the filament inlet and I modified the files in the solid fork to accept the same little 45-degree adapter. This is the exact same part as I use on the V2 and Trident to go in there. So let's put some heat sets in here. Why so many printers with RepRap Firmware now? Can no longer say it's just to use something different at this point. It is to use something different. So as far as displaying on or showing on stream, I've only done a V0, which is a very basic RepRap Firmware setup. There's no bed mesh, there's no auto tramming of the bed, that kind of stuff. That's kind of an intro to RepRap Firmware in a basic printer. This one adds the additional complexity of having to probe, tram the bed, those extra things. The V2 that I have, I haven't shown on stream. I did that for Rocky Mountain earlier this year. It wasn't a stream project. So I still feel, I mean, this is definitely to do something different still. And for myself to have more, well, black box, you're right. That doesn't do tramming though, so. You're right, black box. I was thinking Vorons, I had Voron in my head. Yeah, I can post these on my GitHub, or Yeri has a mods, user mods folder in the Solid Fork GitHub. I may do a PR to there. I have interest in RepRap Firmware because it's a real-time OS and can do things Clipper can't. Yep. They are both very capable, and I feel like I need more experience in the capabilities of RepRap Firmware as well. A steel factory gantry system, like the Core 1. And one more for this. Do you have issues with black box meshing giving me errors? So black box is very sensitive to how aligned your bed is as far as the front and back tilt. If it is, you may have to manually tweak it to work better. That's what I found on mine. Okay, so that's that. We are going to couple of button heads. And what I've done on my black box when I want to align that is I'll get it close, I'll run a mesh, and you should be able to see in the mesh if it's which direction it's tilted, and you can do fine adjustments and keep running meshes. That's what I've done. Okay, I've got this. Now I need some PTFE. Where did I put that bit that I had? Where did I put all of that? Is this? Yep, this will work. Okay. So I want a reamer. M4 reamer just to, ew. Ew, that is, I need to clean up my, there it is. Let's loosen these. Now with that in there, I can tighten this back up to make sure those holes are aligned. Could have done that with the PTFE tube as well, but just hand ream this. Okay, now this will go in. There we go. $12mm. 3 by 12, I think is what I want. 8, 10, 12. Nope. 3. There we go. Okay, and this, now I know I have a slight problem with this as I was looking at this before. So this needs to go here, but this little zip tie mount gets in the way a little, just barely. So that's going to mount on the back here. So this zip tie mount that I used here to secure the umbilical is in the way. I might tweak this later. I'm gonna do a little trimming on the side. There we go. There we go. That's all it took. Just a tiny little bit. Okay, and then we have 2 screws here, here. Let's see what that's about. Yeah. What size are these going to be? That looks to be close. What size is that? How are we doing? We got, oh, we still have 44 minutes till Polymaker filament giveaway time. That's 10 millimeter. I wonder if a 12 will work. Let's try a 12. It'll work better, I think. Let's see. Yep, 12 will work without bottoming out. Sweet. I'd like to thank OpenBuilds for all your information and inspirations. Thanks, Vincent. A few months ago, I had not even seen a 3D printer, and after researching, I discovered Voron. I saw it was not intended. Well, I'm glad to be able to help. Okay, what do I got here? About, let's assume that needs to be 85 millimeters. Nope, 80 millimeters. 80. Do you think you will have first prints off this printer? Hopefully next stream. I don't think, yeah, 80. I don't think it'll, I mean, we're not gonna push plastic today. We've got lots of configuration tweaks to do too. I need to do the back panel. I got kind of caught, and I realized what I want to do later, but the original panel, back panel for this has built-in tabs to mount it to the back. I think the new design has foam tape and clips similar to the other Vorons. So I think I'm just gonna file these tabs off because I need to make a cutout in the top here for this. And it'll be a whole lot easier to align on my Shapeoko if these are cut off. And I can put my little corner probe plate thing on there. I saw the Voron was not intended for someone like me, but I bought one and built it and it works. Awesome. I would not suggest to anybody that a Voron is necessarily not for them. It really depends on what your willingness to research and learn and mechanical aptitude. Cut the tabs carefully and keep them in the tabs box. That's funny. Okay, so that gets that on the back. I may, in the process of all this, remodel this to be slimmer. And that will bring it up closer to the umbilical here. I may just kind of cut that down. So let's see here. This is a used piece of PTFE, but we can get some idea on how this is going to work. So if we do something like that, pull a little more, that's full motion. Motorcycle mechanic by trade, so I found the build. Oh yeah, if you're used to working with tools in your hands and stuff, then you didn't have any problems. The config though, yeah, I can see that. This building is coming up, have to go. See you, Derek. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the gifted memberships earlier. Okay, so that a bit. Tighten this down and see how this moves around. Just lock that in place. That's good. That's good. That is a little, yeah, that'll be fine. Once the top's on there, we'll just kind of push against the top right there. There's some weirdness in that motion. We'll see. I just ordered a Scylla. Some Milo rebuild is on the list. Yeah, I'm planning on putting, I have one of those, and I'm planning on putting it in my Milo. One will go in the Cascade as well, but the Milo, I can get it installed relatively soon. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, well, let's power it on and start going through some more config things. So one of the bits I want to figure out is actual limits, travel limits and stuff. And there's a cool way of doing that in RepRap or RepRap Firmware. So Cascade before or after v2.5, considering v2.5 isn't in anybody's mind right now. It's Cascade. Okay. Be interesting to see how that affects the Milo software. Well, the team has had this Scylla? Is it Scylla or Cilia? What is it? I've got mine right here. Scylla. Oh. 2.4 R3 would come before 2.5. Yes. And making great progress already if he's not limited. Yeah, the big thing about the Mellow controller that the Milo comes with is it doesn't have enough memory on it. You have to run their low memory mode, which basically gets rid of arcs. Dave pronounced it Scylla. It's Scylla of some sort. That's how Big Tree Text pronounces it. It's not SK. It's not Ska. It's Sil. Hey, Joey. I know that much. I'm just, the rest of it is, yeah. All right, we'll power it up. Let's see what this thing looks like. Let's go here and get a good view of that display. Pronounced Scylla. Yeah. Okay. Sea monster in Greek mythology. There we go. Dave. Oh, Dave from the Milo team. Is that who you meant, Dave? Just say I've heard several different, yeah, as with all of them. Is the river version. Sherbs is the full-fledged sea version. Cool. Yeah, let's get in here. Charybdis. F0, Hex 0, Tri-0, Salad Fork, Tiny T, Pandora. All the ants. So if we go control, let's home all. See if it's still. Well, that's awfully slow. Why is that going so slow? Oh, because we haven't done a home all yet. Yeah, home all is not set up. This is gonna grind for a second. Home all is not set up. Okay, emergency stop. Home X and home Y is set up. We need to look at the home all config. If we home X, that works, and home Y. And it needs to be a little more sensitive. But. So the extruder is a Revo Roto Vitamins setup. The toolhead is Dragon Burner, and we have a Revo PZ hot end on there. Just call home X, Y, and Z in order in your home all. What about sensorless homing on the extruder motor used somehow when it's hot? Maybe for tip forming. Don't know. Okay, let's go to the config. Oh, that's my gray trident. Salad fork. Okay, here's our salad fork. What do we got? 32 minutes till Polymaker giveaway time. Yep. So it turns out Oscar just wanted a bed all to himself. That's obviously what the problem was. Okay, we need to do things like making homing all work correctly. So, Felix home bed. No, because I don't want to encourage them to share. Let's see. Do camera view here. Okay. We do that, and now if we home Z, we should get a that was awfully slow. Okay. That worked, I think. Did that actually hit it, or did it? Yep. Okay. Mr. Rogers, 50 memberships. Thank you. Thank you very much. Put this away and go into system, and so we have our home X is this, all the new members. We got thank you. Okay. So if you remember last stream, we went through and, hey Barnyard, set up sensorless homing, and a lot of this was testing this compared to the default home macro. So let's look at this a little bit and see what we can do to incorporate this up into the original stuff. because we do want the Z to move slightly out of the way before we home X. Coming in late, but nice to see the build coming along so well. Iridium, hey Mad Cat. If you got a membership, be sure you do the like button. Yes. See how many likes we can get up to. We're over 50%. Let me get my mind in track. Should I skip the like button? No. You might increase your chances of receiving one if you interact. Isn't that the thing? It's weighted towards people who are interacting. Is that a thing? I've heard that. One of the nice things that YouTube did, though, with these gifted memberships is you don't have to actively be watching. I think it goes to active viewers first, but if you're not active, you're still a subscriber, then you can get the gifted membership. You end up with an email, I think. And I still think there's some quirks with different types of accounts. They say that branded accounts can get gifted memberships, but you also have to go in to your YouTube settings and say you agree to accept gifted memberships. So if you're a little concerned that you've never received one and you've been around, then check that. So I don't think any of it is set in stone, though. You don't have to interact to get one, that kind of thing. I think it's just weighted. Do you have any of your monthly memberships to give away before the end of the month? Oh boy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'll give away 5 of them today after the Filament giveaway. Remind me. And thank you for the reminder. Any kind of membership, I am more of a patient watcher and miss what I have to miss if the content is behind the membership. So my content that's membership locked unlocks after a month. So there's nothing that I've put out there that isn't available at least after a month. So anyway, change that to delete your account and set up a new one. I know I tried. Interesting. Okay, let's get back to this. So this is find anywhere in my account settings about receiving gifted memberships. I'm not convinced they let branded accounts get gifted memberships by default. Look at Discord stream chat for the simple home all way. Oh yeah, I got a message there. What do we got here? Oh yeah. So I got that, but I wanted to clean this up, Norgorot, because if you remember, we commented out the home for X and Y, and then just put in the minimum stuff that we needed in order to get sensorless homing working. But this has some bits in here about moving. Although something we need to figure out first is what our max travel is. I do have a Discord server. The link's in the description. If it's not working, let me know. Occasionally it fails, but it should be working. Before we get into this, let's figure out where in our, so we're set up to sensorless homing. So our end stop, oops, let's go M84. Our end stop is where it hits end of travel here. However, that's quite a bit over the bed. So I can't just say, since I know this is a 120 millimeter bed, I can't just say that the end stop is at 120 millimeters. If we come over here, there's a way to do this in RepRap Firmware that doesn't exist in Clipper. if we move the tool head to right over the edge of the bed, to where the nozzle is right over the edge of the bed, and let me look this up because I need to look it up. If you home, no, if you move the axis with a certain parameter, it will report back how far it moved before it hits the end stop. And I just have to look that up because I haven't done it more than a couple of times. So this is one of those cool things about some of the stuff in RepRap Firmware. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for, what is the command? Let's just search for end stop. Let's see what comes up. Wait until, is that this one? Do you know what I'm talking about, Nurglerat? I know I did this on my V2. You move until end stop is triggered, and it's like an H parameter that you set. That's not, I don't think this is the area that I want. Let's see here. Does anybody know? I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't think it's in the home. I don't think it's in G28. Is that it? Oh, I know how to figure it out. Let's go back to this home X. So it's going to be is it in the G1? Is it a G1 parameter? Controlled linear move. And yes, here it is. So G1, and H is move type. And if we go down here to where is H notes? Ah, here it are. The meaning of the H parameter is as followed. Terminate the move when the end stop switch is triggered and set the axis limit to the current position. Terminate the move when the end stop is triggered and update the current position. There's one that reports, isn't there? Is it H3? What, S? What is the S parameter? So that's laser. No, not S. S3 to... Sense end stops while moving and stop when the end stop is hit. On delta, ignore end stops while moving. Also, no. Sense end stops while measuring axis length. Yeah, it's H3. So what is this? What if we do, let's see. Let's go to the console. G1X. Is that correct? $200 H3. What does that do? So that is saying that we went is that correct? We went 163.4 millimeters? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. What are the other? What was H4? Terminate the move when the end stop switch is triggered and update the current position. Let's try that. H4. Was it H4? M84. And then Let's move this back to right above it. What does H4 give us? And we can see this. So this is, oh, that only went, why did it do that? Nope, that's not the one we wanted. What was the, Hoyty, do you remember, you and I were working on this when I was working on my V2. What was the deal we did? I think you need a G91 or G92 first. Walked near a mall and there was a Santa Claus there. Seeing her. You ever play Santa Claus for someone? Oh no. Oh no. I have not. Was it a, what is the was it that we had to set the coordinates to 0? Because right now it thinks we're at x200. Oops, can't console. G91, what is that one? What does that do? G10? What does G10 do? G10 X0? Nope, that's not it. Okay, let me do a little better research here. H parameter controls movement type. Sets laser power. Sets end stops while measuring axis length. Setting the appropriate M208 limit to the measured position at which the end stop switch triggers. What's M208? Axis limits. X0 to 1. Oh, that set it to the last one. It's not it. Is that really 163.4? I guess we can find out. We can go, because it doesn't seem like it should be 163.4, but I guess that's possible. Hey, Ricky B. Let's try this again. Oops. Let's do that. So it's gonna do this. And then it's going to report. Oh, well, that's wrong. G9, I need to set this to G92. Or, yeah. Or what is it, 90? It set it to 363.3. So that's that additive instead of absolute. So it's relative instead of absolute. So let's change that. Set this. And run that again. Well, that's wrong. That is wrong. What is going on? G92. There we go. And then we want G90 and G1H3. There we go. Yeah, 164.4. is the end stop position then for X. That just doesn't seem right just from what I'm looking at. So if we just go to G1 X 164.4, no, you're right. That's not right. What am I doing wrong? I feel like I've done this before. I feel like I've done this before, and I'm not. Why is it showing? Oh, you know why it might be showing. I wonder if our if our actual everything is correct. What that's what's going on. Good call. Good call. So all of this needs to be tweaked because these are actually, I'm pretty sure these are 16 tooth pulleys. They're not 20 tooth pulleys. So all of the steps, not rotation distance, steps per millimeter is wrong. The end stop is at 164 if I was running 20 tooth pulleys. So it's 164.4. It should be, what is 75% of that? Yeah, 123. M92X, why do we want to do that? We need to go to our system and our config. We've got a core issue here. Oh, configure steps per millimeter. Yeah, and it's at 80 right now. Where's a good calculator for that? So those should be that. And then this is the M208. Let's save this and see. So that's where I was getting all, so I was in the right area for setting all this up. I just had my steps per millimeter wrong. So let's move this to the edge of the bed and go back and run that G1 command. X200 H3. 130.4, and that is correct. That is correct. And it's about 10 millimeters off of the edge of the bed. That's correct. So 130, because I don't know that I had my measurement right here absolutely correct, and I don't know that this bed is perfectly centered. We can just say 130 and it'll be fine. Now let's do a M84 and move this to the front of the bed. Right there. And do the same thing for Y. Y is 150, and interesting. I hit that exact 150.0. So 130, 150 are the limits, and that would put us, that'll then put us at the very tip corner here at 0, 0. So let's go to our config then, and in the M208, X is 130 and Y is 150. You get coal in your sock, but has been outlawed. So you get rocks. And save that. Okay. Now we can go in and actually set up our homing stuff. So home X, it's going to be the same type thing. Hey, Tiago. Most phones have a calculator. Wow. Let's see what this is doing. This is setting relative positioning. It is moving Z relative to the current position to avoid dragging nozzle over the bed. Now that's using an H2. What does H2 do? Individual motor mode. X refers to normally used with relative motor coordinates. Okay. And then that's increasing Z. Now homing is where this is saying calculate how far X can travel plus 5 millimeters. Now this isn't correct because it could, in our setup, travel probably an extra 30 millimeters. So I think we can go plus 30 here. And Paige is in desperate need of dark mode. Or are you behind, Evidence? Are you a little behind on the stream? Because we're in dark mode right now. And then this is course home in the X plus direction. So we need to add this in here. We need to, let's put this here and configure end stop for stall detection. We need this. I'm just merging. See, so you can do the math for steps per millimeter and all that right in the M92 command. Example in Discord, it's just sort of fun but not required. Oh boy, that is quite a calculation there. We'll need that. And then G1, and then the G1, H1, X. That's correct. And then move back. Okay, so let's see what that does. So let's uncomment the stuff that we want to keep. And then let's just, there. That should work. That's what 0.9 steppers. I think these are 1.8s, but let's save this. And we should be able to home X now. So let's home X. Moves that, that's what we want. I'm gonna increase that speed a little bit, I think. You done yet? There you go. Okay, so that was not correct. So what did I miss? I missed something. Either it's in the speed of the homing or something. So let's look at that again. I did not set a homing speed. So we are configuring it for stall detection. And we are setting a max travel. F600 is what is the default speed? How fast should we be homing? Let's go 3000. That's 60 millimeters per second, right? Moves back. Well, I copied all of this stuff, so all of this should be fine. I think it might have been the speed. It didn't have enough speed. So let's try, oops. I just changed this speed to 3000. It was 600. Let's see if it's just that it didn't have enough speed to detect the stall. Yeah. Well, now what is it trying to do? That's weird. It did it. Okay, e-stop. Give it all the bunnies, but why did it keep trying to move? Let's look at that file again. What extruder is this? It is a Revo Roto Vitamins setup. And you have to say vitamins, not vitamins, because it's British. Let's look at this again. Let's step through this. It's doing something else. G1. Oh. Fine home in the X direction. It's trying to do a fine home. We don't want a fine home. We're gonna just, we don't need that. With sensorless homing, similar to Clipper, you don't do that second home. That's what it's trying to do. So it homed correctly and it was a speed problem. Then it moved back 5 millimeters and then it tried to do the fine home. I want it to move back and stay there. Can Clipper disable the second home? Yeah. Yep. What else did I want to do here? Is there anything else I wanted to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to change the sensitivity. So this sensitivity value, I want it to be slightly more sensitive. So let's try 55 here. And we can probably copy this. And do you always use stall detection for homing? Not home switches? Not always. Some of my printers have switches. This particular one I decided to set up with sensorless homing. So let's save this. And now we're going to home X. And I suspect this is going to be fine now. Yep. So that's a home. Now, it's still, I feel like it's still hitting a little hard. So all we should have to do is go in here and enter this value again. So let's go 60. Now, is that the other way? Is it more sensitive or is it less sensitive? Do I need to go the other way? I think it's the other way. I think I should try 45. I think I had that backwards. So if we run that and now we, let's do a M84 so I can move this out of the way. Yeah, it did pull forward. It hit a little hard. So now if we home X, let's see if that, yeah, it's hitting a little hard. So the M915, let's look up M915. Let me just make sure I've got the M915. So the stall detect threshold for most drivers value range from -64 to 63. Values range from -128 to 127. Lower values make stall detection more sensitive. So I need to lower that some more. So let's go here and let's try 40. Oh, this isn't going to do this because I keep rerunning that. So I need to actually change it here. Let's try 45. That did the exact same thing because I ran home X. If I did changed it and then run just the move command, then it'd be fine. I will need some files, Jake. Absolutely. I'm talking about Scylla for for Mellow. I was going to, when I get ready to tackle that project, I'll ping you guys on the on your Discord. But if you want to send stuff, I'll take it as well. So. Okay, so I just changed that to 45. Let's see, let's move this out of the way and rehome X. Much better, much better. We'll leave that right there. So now, home Y, let's go and make those changes to our Y. I'm using Millennium OS. I really like Millennium OS, Jake. So, what does this use for a Z probe? Revo PZ, the piezo. What is the over travel in this thing? This is gonna. This could potentially be. No, it's this way. What is the, oops, M84. This is the way that I want to know. It can only be an extra about 20 millimeters. Yeah, it can only be an extra 20 millimeters. So travel plus 20. Brent, you had a birthday? Happy birthday, Brent. When was your birthday? Does RepRap Firmware get the ticker too close error, timer too close? No, no, not at all. Nice, thanks for being a member. There's no, there might be an equivalent, but no. It is giveaway time. It's 3 minutes past giveaway time. Okay, we'll do Y after the giveaway. In terms of setup, it's a lot easier to clipper. Easier or... Oh, RepRap Firmware is a lot easier in some aspects, yeah. So there was a recent clipper update that changed some things that might improve that timer too close error Armor 3D. So make sure you're at the latest versions. So there are, in terms of the RepRap Firmware versus Clipper ease of setup, there's going to be things that are easier in either. I'm personally a big fan of rotation distance in Clipper versus setting up micro steps, steps per millimeter, all that in RepRap Firmware. But can setup, if you're using a CAN board, there's nothing that beats RepRap Firmware for ease of setup for that. Okay, let's do filament giveaway. I think RepRap Firmware, until you're really used to it, requires a lot more referencing the documentation to see what things mean and what parameters are. Clipper's config is a little more user readable. But let me open profile for the gifted memberships. We'll do gifted memberships after we give away Filament. Actual fans for electronics on 2.4 worth it? Not usually. You can turn your speed down into config. You should be able to turn the speed down brute force. Just set them to a 40% power or something like that. If they're hooked up to a PWM-able port. Okay, here we are. We are continuing the trend of not everybody interested in getting filament, but maybe that's the thing. Maybe everybody's closets are full. Getting started could use some refinement. As you've seen us go through, I mean, we went through basically from scratch on this. So I will close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. So Well, we've had a few, so I'm gonna let this little inrush of entries get over before I start the countdown. Or I'll start it now so it can be longer. 3, right? So I just bought a Prusa XL. I need free filament. There you go. I've had another one. So 3, 2, 3, 2. To go towards Gucci filaments. 1, half, no, 3, 2, 3. Our team makes it as easy as installing on an SD card. Yeah. Nice. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Longest 3 seconds in sports. Exactly. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I bought me a K2 Plus. I need the filament so I can print foreign parts. There you go. Half. Quarter. There's no way for me to turn this off. I don't like, so Google changed their forms. You have to publish a form now to share it. And now I have to, there's not just a little slider to accept or reject new entries. Hate it when things like that change. Missed you again. Well, we've had a new one, so I got to start over. 3, 2, 1. And let's see how I turn this off. Do I just hit that button? Nope, we just got a new one. 3, 2, 1. And done. Oh, wow. I have to click. There's 2 clicks. Okay. This form isn't accepting. It's 2 clicks to turn it off now. Let's link this out. See if this still works right. Let's see. Maurice was first. Installing time for more people to enter. Always. Always. So didn't I start that on the very first Polymaker giveaway? Or was it was Polymaker the first thing? Orion, you were the last. You were the last person. Oh, missed you. Oh, I see. We ended up with some number of entries. 229. 2 clicks instead of 1 Google. I know. Okay, how many times are we going to spin this thing? Or shuffle it? We're going to shuffle this. Oh, we have 10 days till Christmas. Let's go 10. Oh, and at the end of stream, I'll open up the appropriate number of things in this advent calendar. Remind me about that too, when we're close to the end. I get the invite to Google Docs change advisory meeting before they push that feature. Oh, let's see here. Scotty Dog, you said 9. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have not released any videos on Phoenix. I took a bunch of the assembly process. Who do we got? Who do we got? Ella! Ella, congratulations. That's a name we know. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Need the little timer. Ella, congratulations. Are you here though? You still have to be here. Oh, there you are. Before I could even get my timer going. Congrats. Let's copy that. And we are all about the instant gratification here, so let's get that going. Hello. Oops, I gotta bring up my email. I have it all set up. I was gonna say to my partner, I'm going to bed. Well, now you can go to bed on a winning note. Let me see, where's my drafts folder? There we are. There. And everything looks great. There you go. You should have an email. Congratulations. Email sent. Off my plate. Now I gotta unpin, and edit. Delete that from the description. And save. And then I need to gift some memberships. So let's gift, oops. There we go. Member of my own channel for a year. I give YouTube 60 cents a month. I give YouTube 60 cents a month to be a member of my own channel. I had the email yet. I'll give it some time. I hope I did it right. Let's see. Yeah. Very silly system. I don't think I have to be. I don't think I have to be a member of my own channel. I did that as troubleshooting because I couldn't get chat to show up on the member streams. And I think I fixed it in a different way. I just never canceled my own membership. Whatever, it's funny. Thunder Keys, thanks for being a member for 10 months more than a year. Have to run to get crickets for the frogs. Have fun. A whole 60 cents. Well, my membership's $1.99 a month, right? And YouTube gives me 70% of that. So I'm paying, that means I'm basically paying YouTube 60 cents, right? Does that math work? Math check out? Doom, thanks for being a member. And Iconic Fab, 19 months already. Yep. Personally, I never paid more than 59. Okay, now let's do a membership gifting. And gift 5. There you are. Pillow Prince, 2 years and 7 months. Thank you. There we go. Who got him? What if you're demonetizing then you're paying the full amount? Well, yeah. Mr. K, thanks for being a member. Oh, sir, there's too many things that we can purchase for less than $1. Okay, let's go back to here. And what were we looking up? Oh yeah, we were setting up the Y. Andrew Humphreys, yo. Thanks for being a member. Yeah, it's just luck of the draw, Hybrid Robotics. The YouTubes. Okay. You have to allow receiving gifts from membership to be able to receive them. I couldn't tell you exactly where to go, but Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Ella, thanks for being a member, and congratulations again. Big thanks for your Micron stream. We'll have an update stream at some point, I think. I don't know when, but Athletic Puma, thanks for the gifted membership. Where else are we? Yeah, and if remind me, I'll give away the next 5 next stream. After you gifted memberships, a message in the chat showed. Well, it's set for me to allow gifts. Yeah, YouTube can be weird sometimes. For unheated kitten bed. Well, Oscar is very comfortable in a heated bed, and Felix is probably somewhere being very glad that he's not being pestered by Oscar. Let's go down to where is home Y. Should be, there we are. And we should be able to do the same thing here. Let's grab those. Put those there, and we want to do this plus 20. There's about 20 millimeters of extra travel on the front of Y. And we want this to move faster. So 3,000 millimeters per minute. And we're gonna get rid of the extra, the fine home move. That should be there. Brian, thanks for the gifted memberships. Does YouTube only allow a person to receive a gift from a single channel? No. No, it's completely separate. Oh, you got the email. Awesome. Just took a little time to work its way through. Was it more or less than 3 seconds? How's your Physetic V0 build going, Brian? Okay, I think that should do it. So let's save that and test it. Home Y. Okay, so it's slightly harsh. So let's tweak that one to 45. Save that. Move the toolhead back and try it again. More, but I run my own email server. No one to blame but yourself then, right? Home Y. And I'm gonna go a little less again. Let's go to from 45 to 40. Home Y. That's a little better. Let's see if it'll still home at 35. I'm just editing the value in that file just like we did before. There we go. That's seeming pretty good. Okay, now we're gonna grab Nergalrot's recommendation for home all. So if we go down to home all, right now what this is doing is, right now it is moving Z I feel like when I home individual axes, I kind of want it to do what it does. Here, I want to show you where, let me just demonstrate where my thoughts are going instead of trying to explain it. Let's just get rid of all of this. And if we do, this is what Nergalrot suggested, is basically calling those macros, calling those files, right, in order. So it's going to home X, home Y, and home Z. And watch what this does when we do this. Something is interesting. If I home all now, it's going to move the bed down, home X, move the bed up, move the bed down, home Y, move the bed up, move the bed down, home Z. Okay, well, that's that's not where we wanted it to do. So let's look at our home Z macro. Let's look at home Z. Home Z is not correct right now. Home Z. Home Z is going to move that, and then that's kind of high. It's worth the try. You do have the bouncy bed issue. I felt it was meh, but if you don't like it, just build your own home all from your files. That's where I was going, is I was just gonna, when it homes all, I was just gonna paste the things and remove, just put the one Z movement in there. It just seems, I think there's some others, like you can do probably some other tests to clean that up. Next stream will be skirts, final electronics checks, and hopefully config and pushing some plastic. Awesome. I'm not gonna mess with that right now. It's fine. The bouncing Z, as you said, seems just kind of excessive. It doesn't hurt anything, but let's fix this homing Z, because this is, so what is it doing? It's moving Z down, and then it's going to move center. So this is move probe grid. What is this? Divided by 2. Go to bed center. Oh, so this is calculating the center. But the center isn't really, it doesn't work anymore since we made our changes. So what has broken it? Set a variable at start and skip Z moves if it's set. You have to redo the config setup for the 3-wire toolhead fans. I'll probably go back and watch your stream. I think we commented out the tack config, I think. I would have to rewatch too to remember. Feel weird about how easily I can twist the bridge around. Is this normal for Vorons? I feel weird about how easily I can twist the bridge around the Z-axis. I'm not sure what you mean there. Hear me? Twist the bridge around the Z-axis. I don't know. Move compensation. We commented out and disconnected the tack wire, if I remember correctly. I think so too. I definitely disconnected it. Let's just see here. If do G1 X60 Y60 F 6000. Let's just see if that solves it. We've got some weirdness in the calculations here. I'm not sure exactly why, but this is not going to change. I mean, this is kind of neat. This is neat for the configuration tool. The X-axis beam gantry can twist. Left bearing goes back, right bearing goes to front. Yes, that's normal for a Core XY printer, Guillermo. It is your belts, when properly tensioned and set up, your belt will hold the gantry in place. And I'm sorry, you're talking about this will do like this, right? So this being, oops, let me just do that. You're talking about this will move forward and back, the gantry here. That is normal. This is not, it's plastic parts. It's not completely rigid. When you properly route your belt and tension them, you'll notice, see here, I mean, I'm stretching the belts, but that will keep that in place. Okay, back here, now we should be able to, here, let's just go back to this view and just home all. Home all. That's a little harsh there. Why is that going there? Yeah, but it's moving, it's basically at 0, 0 here, which is a little odd. It's not moving to, so at the end of these, relative, absolute, at the end of this, so at the end of home X, it's going back to absolute. At the end of home Y, it's going back to absolute. At home Z, it is not. There it is. There it is. That's where the problem is. It's not going back to absolute. There. Save. Okay, that's where the problem was. So let's go back here and home all again. Now, when you're setting that up, Guillermo, that's really weird. What am I missing? Did I not comment out something in Home Z? Yeah. That's exactly what I didn't do. One more time. Ooh, that needs adjusted. What? I didn't save 6060. I didn't comment out enough lines. There. One more time. Someone tried to tell me this. I didn't understand. Save. No, you tried to tell me, Andres. I had it wrong. Why? Oh, that's an old error, I think. There. Last time. There. Now, so I'm not homing it into the magnet. This is way too slow. Just confusing in a stream, you do it yourself and it's easy to figure out. Yeah. Okay, that feels like it was really, really slow. So let's check our Z. Let's check our Z setup. These are for start, so these should be 8mm lead. You did not down under, you did not join. We had a first draw winner. Okay, so it feels like, well, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do a measurement. We are at 14mm right there. Let's do G91 for relative and G1Z10. So this should be 24 now. Yeah, that's correct. It's just very slow. Slow homing. That needs to be faster. So let's go. Z homing, I feel like, could be a little faster. So let's see what we have. F6000, which should be F6000 is the M558 F. Oh, it's the limit in the config. Which one is that? M558. Configure unfiltered digital probe. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's 120. It's a probe speed, not that homing speed there. That move speed doesn't matter. The G1 there doesn't matter because we're doing a probe. F6000 was moving to the center of the bed at that speed. This is the probe speed, and I feel like this could be quite a bit faster. I don't know to how much. Let's see what double looks like. What are we, Phil Morris, in case, oh, thank you. I'm not gonna get that for many times, just so you know. You've screwed me up now. Phil Morris, I remember. Down Under Maker, it'll give me a bit. Okay, let's see what. I'll be right back. I apologize if folks heard that. That was the fire alarm or the smoke detectors going off. For some reason, just yesterday, April was baking zucchini bread. Zucchini bread. And just opening the oven, there's no visible smoke. And they went off. And my son was just making hash browns. And son was just making hash browns and caused it to go off. So hopefully, I don't know if that came across if you're wearing headphones or whatever, but yeah, just a smoke detector. Yeah, they're somewhat older, but did I replace them? I may have replaced them recently. Is there a coupon or anything there, Garrett? Had to be paying attention. Okay, good. The noise canceling did the job. Yeah, these don't. I have a separate carbon monoxide detector. Automatic, nice. Thought a truck was backing up. That's what it sounds like, huh? Okay, we're going to see if this new home all. That's better. That's better. Okay, the next thing I want to do for today, I think the next major thing that I'll do for today is we'll get 3-point the tramming setup. So, and then we'll probably call it And then I'll try to be ready with panels and stuff, and we'll do, hopefully get some plastic pushed next stream. So let's do, let's set up the Z stepper. So there is a document out here. I remember a document, what is it? Independent. Bed leveling using multiple independent Z motors. This document here. So how it works, a valid M671 command. Start to behave erratically when battery starts getting low. Could be. It could be battery low. This is amusing to watch. Look, lucky you have live help. I've done all of this. It's just the gaps between doing it are too long. So it'll actually help it'll help to have more printers that are set up with this. So you must have a bed or gantry that is raised lowered by 2, 3, or 4 lead screws or similar. Each one is driven by its own Z motor. You must have a bed probe that can probe at points near the Z lead screws. And each Z motor must be driven from a separate stepper motor output on the duet. This may require connecting an additional stepper driver or expansion board. As usual, you must use an M584 to assign the 2, 3, or 4 drivers to the Z-axis, which we have. And note that on Duet 2, the Z driver has a dual socket wired in series, yada yada. You must use the M671 command to define the X and Y coordinates of the lead screws. Now, it's not actually the lead screws. So the lead screw is not important. The pivot point is important. The bearing here, the center of the GE5C bearing is what you want to identify the coordinates for. So must come after the M584 command and must specify the same number of X and Y coordinates as the number of motors assigned. These coordinates must be in the same order as the driver numbers of the associated motors. The M671 command must also come after any M667 or 669 command. So that pivot point comment is the same in Clipper. So it's you don't want where the lead screw is, where the motor is, but where the bearing is. The value of the S parameter on the final G30 command in bed G must equal the number of Z motors. So let's see, if you have 2 Z motors, you can run G3010 to repeat the process. So let's get the configuration set up and then we'll go through the process to actually make this work. So we need those coordinates for 3 motors. We can grab a config here. So the config is basically setting up 3 Z motors connected to driver 2, driver 5, and driver 6, front left, rear middle, front right. And then the position, so here is the one we kind of want. What is S0.5? We'll have to look at that. Let's copy this. And let's go to our config.g. And do we have we don't have a 671 predefined, right? So it needs to be after. We can just set it up. Let's just do it down here. Say Z tilt. So this is here. And then X is going to be, I'm just going to use my ruler here to get some good estimates on where this is. So that's right at, say, 45. So that's minus 45. So I'm just gonna change, oops. Let's see if we can, there we go. Z-tilt. So this is the Z-tilt section I put in here. Pinch and smoke detector types and which one should be used under which conditions. Link in Discord stream chat. Oh, nice. That'll be a good watch there. Thanks, Bill. Now, the second one is should be at 60, x60, because it's center of the bed. And then the next one should be, so if that was minus 45, let me just see how we are here. It's really more like 46. Ooh. 48. Let's go 48. Minus 48, 60. If I go here, we're at 170, which doesn't really add up. Which means the bed doesn't seem to be exactly centered. Let's see if that, let's use a smaller ruler. Is the bed exactly center? We might have to change a bunch of stuff if it's not. So that's like 36 and a half. Yeah, it's off a bit. It needs to go that way a bit. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. We'll keep this going the way it is. Hey Marcel, we are just doing basic configuration stuff. So I measured this one is at 170. That is the tilt points. And then the back one, now this is all, okay. At 165 for Y. $165, and these are, let's say, this here, and $15. So minus 15 in Y. There we are. So that's the coordinates of the things. And then what is that S command? S 0.5. What is the S? Okay, so that is the M671. So let's go bring up a new. Oops. No, that's not what I want. Oh, thanks for a great stream. Got around. CR Chapman. May have displayed this before and I just didn't notice it. Where can that be adjusted in Clipper? Oh, wait, I've just replaced my stealth burner with Dragon burner. So 2-part cooling fans on a single fan port. Printer's LCD displays 40% while Clipper setting is maxed at 100%. Not sure, Joe. I mean, I'm sure if I could dedicate brain cycles to that, I could give you a good answer. Maybe someone else can. M671. My bandwidth is focused on figuring out this Z tilting right now. Okay, S is maximum correction allowed for each pivot point in millimeters. Why did they... I'm sure somebody can give you an answer there, Joe. It just takes too much for me to try to answer that in this very moment. If you don't get an answer by the end of stream, put that into my Discord chat, and I'm sure I or someone will be able to give you a better answer. Why did they say 0.5 here? So this is... It seems like maximum correction allowed for each pivot point in millimeters. 0.5 millimeter seems really low for that value. Am I missing something there? Seems like that should be a bit higher. And at the very least, it should be the default value of 1. So we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind. There's a join link in the description there, Joe. And it's just basically another chat client. I think we're going to want to increase this value more, but let's go through the rest of this setup. Now in our bed.g, we're going to say where we're going to probe, where we're going to touch. So let's copy this right now and go to our bed.g. That's solo 5. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Nergorat. It needs to be much higher. 1 is going to be too low, but I want to see what happens with it there, because it'll be good to see the error and what to do about it. So let's go ahead and save this. Let it restart. That's fine. Now we're going to go to our bed.g file. This is, yep, just calling mesh bed compensate. Is that really what we want? Just bed.g? Okay. So we're going to instead there, actually, let's leave that. Let's comment it out. So we're going to G28. And then this, oops, never mind. So we're going to home, and then we're going to probe near a lead screw. So we're going to, I don't want to go 20 millimeters in. We're going to go, I think 10 would be good. So that's the front corner. And then the next one is going to be X60 and Y 110, and then the other one will be X10, no, X110, Y10. There we go. So this is where it's going to, and then S3 on that is the end, or saying that we're doing the 3. So, so the next part of this is important, but I want to show what happens when we do this. So let's save and see if this works. So if we just do a, what is it, G29? What calls that? Is it G32? Is that actually G32? Yeah, G32, that's what I thought. G32, I'm gonna call it G32 now. It should, oh, let's put a bed in here. There we go. Should home. G29 is, yeah, the mesh. It's a 120 solid fork, yep. So now we're gonna do this. Now it should move to 1010. It's gonna go back to, oh. And then we got some errors. So the errors are, error, some computed corrections exceed configured limit of 1 millimeter. So it moved, it took a reference point here and it had to move more than 1 millimeter in the back. So it aired out. So it knows that that is more than 1 millimeter out of whack. So that's what we expected. And that's configured. The maximum change is here. This S command tells it the maximum amount it can change. And let's try 5. So if we save, restart it. As far as I know, and it might not be the case anymore, but it was, this is the only serial 120 build. And what am I, serial 7 or 9? Might be 9. I put a full bid.g in Discord that I use on all my stuff. Yep, I know, I'm getting there, I'm getting there. Okay, so let's go G20. Nope, G32 is what I meant. I meant G32. Probe already triggered it. Start a probing move. Okay, well that worked. Nope. It's more than 5 millimeters out in the back. Let's manually fix this because I want to make sure. Just do that and run a G32 again. I want to make sure they're moving in the right directions and stuff. So I don't want to go and like put 10 millimeters in there. Is it still? It could be. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. It could be that I have a sensitivity on the PZ too high. It's taken that first probe though. It's not going for the, Did not look like as if it would probe at all at 6060. It probed in the middle. Why is it not probing? Some computed corrections exceed configured limit. That's not true. It's not over. It is piezo revo. Some computed corrections. It doesn't even. Can you do a little steal after the movement? It's probing the first one fine. Do I have something wrong in the? Let's check something. I feel like this might be set axis mapping. 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4. Is that? I think that should be the front left, rear center, front right, because that order matters. What's your dive height on the M558 command? M558. Dive height, H. H5. Oh, R. Stefan, thank you. We'll try that. That little delay is a good thing. You're right. Let's throw an R 0.5 in there. And 400 is the speed. We tried doubling it before, but I don't mind going faster there. B1 and A2. I don't know what B1 and A2 are. Let's see. B, if 1, turn off all heaters while probing. B0 leaves heaters on. I'm not going to turn off heaters for that. I don't agree with that. A2, maximum number of times to probe each. Okay, that's what I've got is fine otherwise. Let's save that. Let's do that half-second delay and see what happens. Yeah, the little half-second delay is that's in the recommendations in Clipper to add that little dwell time or whatever it is. Okay, let's try this again. Let's go. 2. I need to tweak that. It's a little, needs to be a little more sensitive on the, there's that half-second. Yep. Okay, so that finished that cycle, but so there we go. This is good. I think it's saying that we're still exceeding the configured limit of 5 millimeters. It's not actually that doesn't add up though. If we made, oh, it's saying it needs 10 millimeters. That does not look 10 millimeters off. I don't know if I trust that. Let me try running this again. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch the touching. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you guys. So that touched. That touched. That touched. There we go. There we go. So it just made an adjustment. So I think the sensitivity needs to be tweaked. Hey, Steven. Yep, RepRap. So let's go one more touch, one more thing on, I just touched the button once. I think that steps through the sensitivity values. I'm gonna run this again. Yeah, I think it stalled early too. I agree. I'm gonna run through this again. Okay. I must have taken it the wrong way. I must have taken it the wrong way in terms of the sensitivity. Okay, let's look up the Revo docs. E3D, is this where we want? Zendesk? Definitely a stream here for the ride and cannot hide anything. Is this what we want? Revo support and Revo. Boron. Is there a PZ? I don't think I'm in the right spot. Let's go back to, that's just the address that came auto-populated. Let's go back here and go down to support. I think we're in the help center, which is, there we are. This is what we want. Revo and Revo Voron and PZ. I want to know what the presets. Controller. Okay, so, and the preset settings, here we are. So threshold, so I want to try like 2, which is the threshold 15. I think higher is less sensitive, I think. And that is off, on, off. Okay. So let me hit this until we've got there. So that should be the least sensitive of the, it's either that or 6, which would be on, off. So let's see what happens here. Go. Go. There we go. It's not hitting too hard. Perfect. Okay, so now it just made an adjustment. It changed one by minus 0.01 millimeters, the rear plus 0.02, and the front right 0.033. Now, by default, and this was my problem with RepRap Firmware on a Voron 2 or Trident before, is by default, this command only runs through this. To do it to a tolerance, like you'd see in Clipper, to do it to a tolerance, you have to run an additional macro. And that macro used to be kind of annoying. I think my chatting with Duet caused them to add some to this documentation. So this is back to that bed leveling. This section here, I think is partially a result of me chatting with them saying, hey, this is really difficult and something that I think should be in the main docs because this didn't used to be there. What this is doing now is saying, while true, run this until you've hit this tolerance. Or, what is it? If iterations is greater than 3, break out. So it'll do it up to 3 times. Didn't have the conditional G code when they first made the leveling command. There was a long macro. There was a long macro in that was recommended. So actually, what we need is just this part. So let's go in and edit our bed.g. And we'll intentionally screw this up, tweak the bed. So, oops, that's not what I want. I want bed.g. And we're going to add this. And we're going to tab these in. So, while true, I guess I'll get rid of that. D0 question, can I print the M2 nut bars in PLA? I know it's not recommended, but currently I don't have a printer capable of printing ABS reliably. I would not. No, so let me correct that. You can print them in PLA if you put the nut towards the, if you don't put the printed part out, if that makes sense. Make sure that the nut is pressed against the extrusion rather than clamping the nut bar. Does that make sense? I didn't explain that very well, but and then at the end here, we're gonna add the condition. Oops. There. If ABS minus 0.01, which is fine. There. So now we should be able to save this. And now I'm going to tweak this a bit, and we can run G32 again. Nope, now it's doing it again. There we go. Let's see where that's at. Let's look at the console. Mean deviation before and after. So I think that's one within. Anyway, close that. Lead screw adjustments made. First time it moved 1.1 millimeters, almost a millimeter, just a little bit. Cool. That is that. So the thing homes, it trams. The next thing is setting up extrusion. People still there? I haven't seen. Chat hasn't moved. So like I said, for the very last bit of this stream, I think we're going to open up a couple of pieces of this Wera advent calendar. That sound good? I'm not sure how to interpret this. I'm not sure exactly how to interpret this. G28Z, yeah, I agree, Nurgle. It needs an extra home. Let's do that. Save that. If you have to interpret, then someone needs to be added to that macro. Well, what is this actually saying? Lead screw adjustments made. It made all these adjustments. It used 3 points. Oh, the mean and the deviation is what, okay, so this is what, so the mean is that, the deviation is there, and we're telling it to do it within a deviation of 0.01 or better. If the deviation, if we go back here, where is that? If the deviation is less than 0.01, then break out of it, or iterations is greater than 3. So I said I don't know what it means, but it's just, I gotta actually read it. Take the time to read it. What is this actually saying? It says the mean is this, the deviation is this. So. Anyway. Well, that's 0.0025 greater than the default config in Voron. 0.01 is fine. 0.01 is fine. 0.007. So that's 0.003 different. If we set that to we can set that to whatever we want. I just left it at the default because that was reasonable. The bed G I posted to unpack all that gibberish and tell you what it actually at for. Oh, nice. Oh boy. Here's a really good bed.g that I use on all my systems. You need to adjust the G30 point for that little bed. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like. Let's look at what Nagora posted here. So let's just put it down here. Whoa. There we go. Holy moly. While true, do all of this. If that, so that's that normal bit. Oh no, that's mine. Never mind. M290, clear baby stepping, clear any bed transforms, flush the move queue. If it's not homed, then it homes. That's nice. Here, let's comment out mine and see what this looks like when we run it. We'll have to change some things. So G30 P0 X10 Y10 X60 Y110 and X110 Y10. That should. Oh, so it does that. Current rough pass deviation. I see. And then we have to redo this. 10. 10. 60. 110. Oops. 110, and then 110, 10. Is there a way to eliminate that down up movement of the bed every time you home and access? Yes, there is. I agree, Tuxedo. And that's a matter of calling each individual homing command from within the home all. You could, like someone said, set a variable that says we've already done that, or check to see if you've already done that. There's stuff like that. Thank you. And this has got to be middle of the bed. And what else? That's the end of it. I know you can't see some of that. Yep. Let's see how this does. Save that. So now, first of all, it should just do it if it's already homed. I need to get that sorted. I'm using a mixture LDOs via some of the conditional homing macros. Okay, let's send it. So it's already home, so it's just doing it. Okay, now it's done a executing pass. Current rough pass deviation was 0.01. We'll look at the log here in a second. So current deviation is 0.036. I didn't look to see what you have yours set up to, but we'll look at the console here in a second of what it did. Now it's going to go back and home. Okay. So let's look at the, oh, it's doing that. Okay. Let's look at what it did. So upload. So lead screw adjustments made. So current rough pass deviation was 0.010 because it was already trammed. Deviation over threshold, but what threshold did we have set up? Executing past one deviation was actually 0.01027. So then it did it again. And a deviation of 0.036. Why was it higher in the next pass? So then it did it again and got it at 0.002. That's kind of weird that it went from 0.01 to 0.036 on the second pass. Any ideas? But what it was doing here is it's still aiming for, where's our deviation threshold? Numbers are too damn small. I want to understand what this was trying to do first. Where is our current rough pass deviation, initial deviation? Where is that? Where's the value? I don't see where it sets the value. Oh, there it is. 0.005. I see. I was messing with tap 0.005. Yeah. But I'm curious why it went from 0.01 to 0.036 on the next pass. Anyway. Thank you. Let's look at this thing. The doc on the Voron team and this, and I have not opened it. How do we open this thing? Is there a specific way? Does this just get open here and remove the calendar from transport cardboard box? Ah, that's how we do it. Box inside the box. There we go. So how are we? Punch through the opening. So should I just start at 1? Just start at 1, huh? Every day you get a new tool. Ooh. Does that pull out? What does that do? All the tools go in here. Yep. So I'm behind. So I think there's a 1 through 24. So I think we can go through 15, huh? We got the holder. There's number 2. There's number 2. There we go. Aha. There we go. Then number 3. Ooh, my stomach's growling. Kind of interesting the way they're in here. Little blow molded things. I think that's got to go in there. There we are. You gonna open all of them and spoil mine? No, I'm only catching up. What's up, Max? I'm only catching up. We're on the 15th. We're on the 15th, and I didn't start. So I'm catching up to 15. So 4. Have you started yours? Where's 4? There we are. Oh, there's 2 of them there. One of them fell out. I got the Star Wars Droid Advent Calendar this year. It's hard to not just open them all up, I bet. I don't know where these actually go. Here, let's just set these. Let's set these right here. And we'll figure out where they go at the end. 1/4-inch drive adapter, just where it goes in the thing. So 4, 5. 5. You're all caught up? Okay. Ooh. A little ratchet. Ratchet. 6. Oh, big one. Calendar's pretty spiffy. I have to do one of these next year. Carry case. Velcro on the back to, there we go. Does this go in here somehow? Looks like it has a divider, so I'm not sure. Okay, case. Tool pouch, 6, 7. 7. Socket. It's the 10. It's the 10. I found the 10. Knew where that one went. That one's easy. 8. You're gonna laugh when you find the thing that goes in that pouch. Oh yeah? The Torx. We have a 10 and 15 Torx. We'll figure out where those go in here. Yeah. 8, 9. 9. The glare makes it hard to see these. It's terrible compared to this. Need my wife to take note. Someone should make a 3D printing advent calendar. It could include accessories and parts. Maybe an STL for each day. That'd be interesting. Ooh. What is this? Is that a salt shaker? It's a salt shaker, isn't it? Can you talk to the LDO to switch to torque screws? That's awesome. Oh, is that what goes in here? That's funny. Okay, 10. Oops, that one pushed through. That's a big spot for a little bit. That's a 25, 11. There's the 20. They got them out of order. They did the 25, then the 20. Okay. 12. There's 12. Appears on the original, just max power set at 0.4, which accounts for the 40%. Oh, there you go. You figured it out, Joe? I'm glad. There's the 13. And then, so 13. $5mm. And then 14. No, there we go. 1. Oh, so that's 2 1s. Okay. Okay. And then one more. We can only do one more today. They didn't put the 13mm socket in the 13th slot. Nope. And there's an 8. Yep. So that's all we can do today. Cool. And maybe we'll catch up next weekend. We'll do the next week of them, basically almost through the end. Next stream. Set this back over here. But yeah, this is funny. Little bit of salt, a lot of salt. Green looks better than I thought it would. Good to know. Doesn't it? I agree. I agree. Let's look at this a little bit. I agree. If we go info, status, we got control, we can go status, there we go. It's usable. I caught a flu on the last day in London. Oh no! UK flu is curiously strong. I somehow managed to get away from all this traveling without more than the sniffles from just convention crud. By the end of the month, you've lost the other tools. I put where's overview site on Discord. Oh, cool. Which screen is it? This is a Waveshare 4.3 inch DSi capacitive touchscreen. Do you think the PL Poly Lancer Orbiter would match well with a Dragon burner on a V0 with a Rapido? I think it would be fine. I haven't used their Lancer Orbiter outside of the Magneto X. But if you have it, I think it'd be fine. If you have it already, random things you're trying to put to use, it's worth doing. Screen size on the printers is getting larger as the core devs get older. I did not peel the screen. I will not peel the screen until we print. Once we print, we get to peel the screen. Once we print, we can peel the screen. But we have made good progress. We've got skirts on it. All the convincing I needed. I mean, most of what we do here is just because, right? Isn't too big like I figured it would be. It sticks out a bit. If I push down, I can get it to touch the tabletop, but in normal use, and you're not really touching that much. Dashboard. Status. Yeah. Black screws, very cool. Oscar's still out. Little punk. Little turd. Anyway. Thank you, everyone. Good progress today. Hopefully we'll make some pushing plastic progress on it next weekend. Couple of rubber bumpers. Under normal use, it doesn't touch, so I'm not too worried about it. So, once again, Thanks for being here. Thanks, Polymaker, for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks for the ton of gifted memberships today. And hope you have a good rest of your weekend, a good week. We'll be back here next Sunday. We are probably going to do the member stream. Let me pull up a calendar here. We will probably do the member stream. Oh, shoot. We might be doing the member stream on Saturday because I'm going to be probably gone the next Saturday, and that would be the last one in the month. So we'll figure out something to do. We'll figure out something to do this coming Saturday. So with that, take care. We will chat with you all later and enjoy the build. Bye.